Yes. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Mm-mm-mm.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says Europe is a regulatory morass. Bessent adds the Chinese economic model is starting to implode.
This 540, 530 seems to want to hold for now. Got
Bank of Canada's
5
Governor
minutes left on
Macklem
this
says, I'm not
candle.
expecting a major export rebound in Q3.
NQ leading up, yes, a bit more constricted with Russell. And so far, it's still convincing that we can just flag this. I just want to see Russell and ES show a bit more interest here at these lows, so we're not fully dependent on NQ for this move.
Bessent says we can keep negotiating on trade past August 1st if there's no deals. Again, Bessent, we can keep negotiating on trade past August 1st if no deals.
Pushing into our 40 here. Concerned that this 40 might be the top for now. Don't have anything to
Bessent
support
says, I
that
encourage
yet,
people not to
other
panic if there's
than
no
just
deals
this
by
offer not
August
really
1st.
moving.
Expect a busy August with trade deals still to be done.
Just waiting on Russell for confirmation, because if RTY starts to break and hold this, we might need to pull back a bit from this 40. Yeah.
Bessent says, I'd like to see a bit of imagination from the Fed. Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the sad reality is that tariffs mean the economy is going to work less efficiently and there's going to be less income. Bessent repeats that the Fed are wrong on tariff inflation.
Watching NQ into ETHI here. A bit worried that Russell's going to have a full leg
Bessent repeats
down
the market
into
is pricing in
ETHI.
Fed rate cuts.
This is a good area to start looking to take a little off if you're off off of 40. Buyer here at 520.
BOC's Macklem says we are going to make sure that a tariff problem doesn't become an inflation problem. Percent says not expecting a rate cut from the Fed today.
Today, specifically.
Yeah, Bearson says, I'm not expecting a rate cut today from the Fed.
See what they do here as we push down. I'd like to see 20 hold offer. We're going to get one more leg. I'm just looking to see if we get this reversion to 490. 495. This is POC to value low of our previous candle. That's a really big inflection point to let us know if we have one more leg down or if this is all we get. This is happening right at the close of the new 15, or sorry, of our 15-minute. So we're watching to see how we build here at this value low to POC. I could see us needing to retest our ETH high here. And then we watch to see how we interact here into this. We can get a lower high, and then we can see potentially one more leg down if we can get below this 510. And just watch this like 20 to 30 to hold offer in this LVN that we've created. Basically here is where we're watching to see if offer can hold. This is a potential shift of our trend, right? As we come up to retest POC of our previous candle after we have this huge wick. We had POC holding below, right? And now this would be our first candle where POC is going to then hold as resistance. So it's still just a guess, but we're looking to see if we get that secondary leg here. Again, we really need to get below 10s for that continuation idea, or we could just be balanced here between 520 and 510. This is a great first risk off into 510 off of our hold of our LVN here, just like we talked about for the lower high. We can flip this, should revert back down to our 495. But as we push down, just keep this area as where we're looking to see if we can hold. I could see us doing one more leg down and then retesting this POC as resistance, and then I could see then a fill needing to happen if we're going to do the full move if VWAP doesn't hold. But this area could be pretty volatile, so regardless, I think that you should be looking to risk off at least one as we come down into this. If you're in from 540 or from 530 to 520. And then just leave a runner just in case we get the Snicks leg. Again, it's just like the shift of our POCs, all we're watching. Then it's just like a very clear structural play off of our LVN that we had here. From the sweep down. All right, I'm gonna flatten out for now. I think anywhere in here is a good risk off from this 505 to 495. If we flip this, then we probably have one more leg down. Until then, just gonna call this what it is. Local low. See what happens. I only had one, so that's all I get. And then we'll watch our reaction here into our POC shift above at 516. Okay, that's my first trade of the day.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says Canada needs to think about its place in global trade. Furthermore, Macklem says Canada has opportunities to diverse trade from US.
Just reversion to our VWAP, right? From our seller that we started to spot at 540. I could have added on this, but I was just gonna let it play. My first trade of the day. Try not to size up too much. Good move. If we get another leg, it'll be pretty clear. There'll be another opportunity with the shifted POC. We'll play that down. Yeah, that's what I figured, Sam. I mean, it definitely can work. I just don't know how accurate it would be. 'Cause there are other footprint models out there. Like uh, the what is it, Spaceman BTC? He's had one in for forever that people swear by. I just don't know how accurate it is. Okay. Yeah, and they shouldn't always line up with volume profile, right? Because we're looking at deltas. So it would just depend on the footprint type of chart. If we can't figure out like a delta variation, it'd be a bit rough. Yeah, makes sense. I see that you DM'd me. I'll take a look. Uh, multi-ticker anchored
Bank of
candles.
Canada's Governor Macklem and Senior Deputy Governor Rogers conclude the press conference.
Multi-ticker anchored candles. So is this like the is that like this function, the compare or add symbol, but with candles instead of just a line chart? Gotcha. How does it just out of curiosity, how is it what's the word? Scaling the secondary symbol. Percent, okay. Let's see if we get this flipped, guys. This is important. This is PT. If we can flip 95, then we have one more leg down. If 95's hold, this is full target. I could see that this 95 being bid, and then us needing to come back up to 510 first before we see the next leg. So just keeping an eye on that. Watching. So we push up into here for a lower high. Just following our secondary pathing. Offer trying to sweep through. That's pushed down into POC here off of our shift. This is ES to our value low edge. Pushing down, see if we get a bit more. Not a lot here into 70.
So just keeping
stay
an eye on the
open.
markets here, the S&P 500 just reversing its earlier gains, now close to flat on the session. No
Didn't
news
get filled
catalyst for
there.
this leg to the downside we're seeing here, just keeping our eyes on the wires nonetheless.
Trying to play off of this secondary move here at 95. But I didn't get filled at this low. It's pretty dramatic bounce there. Bid stepping in at POC off of this move up. I might get stopped out. We have a big block of sellers above that I'm interested in playing off of, but that's at 500 to 511. So I don't know if I really want to risk. Points. We'll see.
Southern Copper executive says we maintain positive long-term outlook for copper, but believe intense US-China trade war will affect economic growth worldwide.
A little volatile down here. We have a minute left until new 15s. If they can't sweep this down right now to 465, 470, we probably are going to need to come back up to 500 before this can push. So watching very closely into this close. "30 seconds till new 15s. I'm not looking for to buy here. This is bottom of range. Yes, it makes sense to look for potentially something. But I'm more interested in a seller lower high and then a continuation down than anything. And again, that would just be looking for open of new 15, come back up to here, lower high, and then we look for a continuation down, something like that. If we don't just immediately see a continuation right now. New 15 opening. So let's keep an eye on our value low here. Or
Treasury Secretary percent
most
has
bearish
concluded his
reoffer.
remarks.
Gonna delete our clean pathing. This previous move. Just keeping an eye on this. This is our most bearish response if we hold here. This is just a lower high reversion back to our halfway back and fill with our LVN that we just created from this from the sweep down that we just saw. Just watching to see if this 490 continues to hold or if we're going to need to rotate up to this 500, 510. I'm going to stop out above 93 here if we push over this. And then I'll look for the short at 500, 510. I just don't want to be in the red here for no reason if we're going to pop up to retest VWAMP. Yeah. I can just get back in if need be.
S&P 500 erases gains.
Watching ES retest our value edge here. I think potentially one more leg up or we get the sell. Doesn't have to do it, but I'm expecting it. see how Russell and ES react. If they make higher lows, then we see something like this here at VWAP, and then we have one more leg up, and then we watch our reaction into this LVN, and then we look for the push down and continuation. If we step below our ETH low on ES, then we can just lead down without needing to do the last leg. But I need to see it first. It's the same thing on NQ, where if POC goes supportive again, then we have to watch how we interact as we push up into this like 500, 510-ish area. See how we fill LVN. Do you guys know what I mean? Like the LVN. So this is our HVE, our high volume edge. This is our HVE high volume edge, and then in between is our low volume node between the two nodes, right? Between our two peaks. So I've been just looking at this as our where we swept through price, right? There wasn't a lot of choppy action. It was very one-sided. So I'd be watching to see how we interact in this imbalance, and I'd expect sell side to kind of control this area above because we swept through below. So when we push up, I'd expect the same thing if it's going to happen. So just waiting to see how we interact here. This is a retest of our daily POC on NQ. This either fails to hold, and then we push back down to these lows, and then we look for our entry here on retest, and then we look down. Or I expect this to find a bid here, step back up, and then have to come up into here. So I'm just waiting to see what our interaction is. If ES and RTY continue to maintain a higher low, I am not looking to short NQ yet. Because it's just not ready. For an entry here, that means. If you're already in from higher, then you're fine, right? Like there's been no signs of a right side of V yet. But for initial entry, it just potentially has one more leg up to 500.
Spot gold falls 1%.
Sorry, Sam, I'm not trying to ignore you. It anchors the chart on the open period and scales based on percent change of each asset. Should be pretty accurate translation. They all moved in different increments, but the percent scale is unavoidable. I will take a look at it in a second.
City
sounds
sees
interesting.
Treasury auction growth in November 2026 versus May previously.
I could see some use case for it. Yeah, definitely. All right. Pushing to target now off of our higher low, off of the hold of POC, rotating up into our LVN and our halfway back. We're watching to see if we can continue to maintain below this POC of our previous candle as we push. Yes, also holding our value edge, pushing into day open here. Just keeping an eye on this as we rotate up. Let's see what they do. Looking for like 500, 510 to ideally absorb. Can come a little bit higher, but ideally we find sell side here if it's going to put a leg down. see if this sell can hold. Or if this is all we get. Mm. Kevin. We just got filled 1 there at 490. Looking to hold a runner if we can flip this. Taking 10 points though. No, I wasn't looking. I was watching Footprint. Was it on the bid? Ask. Buyer's trying to absorb here. Offer can step through. Then we get our secondary leg. This is a super important area though. NQ, POC. We've got 50 seconds until new 15s. I could see us needing to chop here if we can't hold 490 as our offer. So let's watch that short term. And we'll be watching this value high to POC for any sort of reoffer on new 15, I think. $25. Just back to our ES low as well. Value edge. Again, I've taken off half. Stop just sitting at 512. My average is 505 here. Just waiting to see what happens here into new 15s, which open in 4 seconds. We've got POC to value high above. We'll watch that to see if we get our seller to step in for a lower high. We're going to get one more leg down. We got to get below this 70 guy for more. Very tight range. We are currently holding the offer here, but we're also holding the low here, right? So we're just in between value of our previous candle. We need to see a very clear break of either side here for any follow through. It's a great secondary risk off as we push into 70-75. If we can flip this, then we have the ability to continue down on the higher time frame, but this is where we should respect a potential bid being. So if you didn't take off your first risk for 10 points, this is a great area just into our already known low, right? Again, we got to flip this for more. Let's see if we can get it. Watching ES at our ETH low. Russell at our daily POC. See if we can get this look below and then hold of this as our pivot for that secondary leg. Same thing on NQ from our target. We can get this push below. That'll be really important. If not, then this is just bottom of balance, right? And then we do another rotation and there's no change. So, morning, Annette. I'm debating if I just risk off here. Just don't know if I'm going to get a better entry than that 505. I mean, that's like to the tick what we wanted to see. Well, 500 bones is 500 bones, you know? But if we can get this 3-bar down on the 15, that would be excellent. The question is are they going to make us sit here for 10 minutes until new 15s before it happens? I feel like it's going to be pretty hard to get the next leg without ES below this value edge. Yes, holding that low again is problematic for NQ. Again, it's just this full oscillation off that failure at our lows. That's why it makes for a very good risk off. See if sell side can continue to maintain below. We really need ES to find resistance here as we push back up, with NQ then making a lower high ideally. So we'll just like watch as we interact here. See if we put in a lower high.
According to Kyoto, Japan LDP plenary meeting to be held August 8th.
Hmm. Higher lows across the board from our same low, right? Just double bottoming. Same trade again, where we're just
Southern
holding
Copper says
a higher low
contracts priced in
at
COMEX are
POC.
being honoured.
So it looks like a full rotation to me on NQ potentially happening. So maybe same trade again. Again, like it's just going to be really tough until we can get below that 75, 65 area. That's our main pivot. So they're just making us wait until the new 15, which opens in 4 minutes. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just need to risk off into 505, 516. Stop a balance. Just a balance trade for right now. Either you're still just in your short, looking for this high to hold and to absorb into here, or we'll wait for the flip for that move back above this POC and for that to hold as supportive for rotations back up. But I mean, it's just consolidation after a very clear sell down back into our bottom of balance, right? So now it's just a matter of what happens here as we rotate, right? If this continues to maintain a lower high, then this seller is still very much in control. This is just a basing, and then we'll look for the shift below our pivot for a continuation down. But if this is able to hold these lows, and we're able to recover, then we can look back up off of a failure at our lows. I'm not convinced really in either direction, but I'm going to play off of our seller above until I get stopped out. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with these
Trump to sign into
higher low
law
trades.
VA home loan program reform bill today.
Right? Like these are fine, and then using this as your risk, just like we did here. It's the same trade. Look below, look back above, bid, rotation back up to our offer. Clean. All right. 20 seconds until new 15. Let's see what we can do here. So buyers are looking for a higher low at our POC to value high here. This is where we're looking to maintain this yellow box. You're looking for a bid to step in here and then get us over this offer and continue onward. Sellers are looking for the exact opposite, right? We're looking to maintain this POC for top of balance and then rotation down. I don't know if we ever break these lows if we don't trap above. Just putting that out there. So there is potential that we get one more leg up if this buyer sustains here. And then we look to trap up here into these highs. And then we look back below 505 and then use that offer, right, to trap for a continuation down, back down to balance low. So just keep that in mind that this makes sense right now if a bid is going to occur here into our like 87 to 95, just this pocket from POC to value high. I think that this is a fine risk. There's nothing wrong with continuing to try to sell this 505, 516, but I don't know if we get the actual breakdown that we're looking for here if we don't trap above this. I think there will be a very clear secondary opportunity if you are unwilling to just short this, right, like we did here. But if we look above and then fail to sustain above, we then have another great opportunity on the look back below 505 using this then as our risk wherever this does absorb into. And then we can then play this downwards. That would be what I'd be looking for a rotation through. So just keep that in mind that you have two opportunities right now. You can either just try a very tight short here from 505 to like 510 for 5 points. Or you could be looking to long here off of this, looking for this rotation up. U.S. law to ban politicians from trading stocks is being pushed back against by the White House. Love that. It actually kind of blows my mind that that's not like a bipartisan issue from citizens. That we are just like okay with government officials insider trading. I love that we're more concerned with like professional athletes gambling on their own games, but then we allow stock trade we allow politicians who directly contribute to influence the things that they're trading on, right? Like it makes no sense. Like, oh no, the basketball players are gambling on their own games. We can't allow that. But then you literally have congressional insider trading where they're like directly responsible for the stock going up or down based off of what they say and what they allow. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Again, so what we're watching for here is, do they absorb into here and can we push back below 505? If so, then we'll have a balanced rotation down. If not, then we just rotate back up to 540, right? It's very simple. So we're watching to see if they stuff here, and then if we rotate back down to our balance edge, there's no change on this look, right? Hold of our POC to value on our flip from our lows. Now we're watching to see if this is all we get. This should be your first risk off if you're in a long here off of this into our ETH high. And then I'm just waiting to see if we get back below 505. Or if this continues to rotate. If it does, again, just rotating back up into our like 525, 540. I'm kind of in the camp that this is gonna get stuffed, and then we rotate back down. Still, personally thinking that that is a possibility, but you know, we got to see it first before I just throw shorts at the wall for no reason. So looking for us to get back in, propping these guys up here. Yeah, true. Definitely not insider trading. Just like Jonte calling his friends and telling them that that he's going to be out of the game for the rest of the session, right? Just if he's not doing it himself, it's okay, right? Again, like the entire argument is just ridiculous. People who aren't mad about insider trading from Congress and the House are just like actual bots, NPCs. If you don't care, you're literally an NPC. I really don't get how that's not a
US crude
bipartisan
futures
issue.
rise more than $1
Like, what-
to session high of
like, how brainwashed are we?
$70.27 a barrel
Where
on
we
threats
just
of
don't
US
care.
tariffs and penalties for buying Russian oil.
Yeah, exactly, Carlos. So it's a full value rotation on ES here from our value low hold back up to our value high from POC shifting as supportive. We're just watching to see if there's going to be any change here or if this is our high. And if it is our high, right, from our hold of our POC, this is our rotation up. We're then going to watch to see if we then rotate down off of this. I personally am just not looking for any sort of expansion yet. It doesn't make sense. Not seeing it. This seller here makes complete sense to me. This is just a retrace back to POC from our original sell down. And then we got our double bottom here into our low at our pivot and now our rotation. I'm watching to see if we can hold here at our balance high on retest. And this should determine if this will be a short, trapping these guys above. Do you guys follow me on this idea, right? Like this isn't new. Right, like we're now watching to see if these guys up here are able to now hold at our balance high and flag it out, or if this is going to then stuff these guys, trap them above our balance, and then we look for that rotation back through, and then that should lead to a new low, because then we have trap traders. Yeah, exactly. So we'll see what happens. If they're able to sustain here now at this red box, our balance high, should be able to look up to at least our highs at 540. But if this like 505, 516, right, is unable to maintain, then we'll look for that full balance rotation down, and then break up our lows with excess above. I'm gonna try a little cheeky short here off of 24, my stop at our highs, just as a short-term scalp for this flag pullback. But understand that this bid here can easily stop us out. It's much better to wait for the secondary leg. But if you're just playing off of this lower high, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But understand that your first PT is here into the 16. It's just like a quick little $100 trade with the potential for it to be our high. Yeah, so exited there on one, and then we'll see if we continue to maintain lower highs here, or if we get this push down. Again, it's just a flag here. Like, we know it's a flag. We know we're pulling back to there. So there's nothing really much more. And then we'll see if this is able to then push above and hold from here, or if then these guys get trapped and then we rotate back below 505 for that rotation down. Unsure. No change. 2.5 minutes until new 15s. Offer still holding our lower high. Still an inability to push over that 31, but still just bidding and balancing above our balance high. So there's really no change here. This is either going to lead to a very nice excess above, right? Look at this node we're building out here. That'll lead to that leg down, or we will maintain here on new 15. We break and then we push and take out highs, right? Just a 3-bar from our mother bar, holding our halfway back, holding where we need to, but still maintaining our highs. Very tight balance on our 15. Just waiting to see which way we go. I still don't think that there's anything wrong trying off of this 25, stop at 30, like 32, if you're trying to play this down. But again, like if bid is able to maintain here, then this is just consolidation above our balance high, and then we'll continue to push onwards and go higher. So it's really just either waiting for this break back below or allowing this to play for upside. Not much else to talk about as we balance here. $50 seconds till new 15s. Let's see what they do. We've got POC to value low here on the open of this new candle. This is what we'll be watching to see if we can hold, if we're going to break. $10 seconds. So far holding on open of new candle, bid pushing, no change. High taken, should be your first risk off. Let's see if we can get that continuation here. Were you guys able to understand the setups here? Hopefully. Just understanding the break of balance, the ability to hold, looking for POCs to maintain, looking for longs above POC, rotating, pushing, taking highs, only looking for the short on the pushback down below 505, unless you're trying off of this little 6-point area. And then as soon as we break it, it's just expansion, right? We're gonna need to see this flip as supportive here on ES or anything more.
US stocks move higher, Dow up 0.1%, S&P 500 up about 0.25%, and Nasdaq up 0.447%.
Reversion signal printing. Watching to see what happens here into our 4-day. I'm not really sure if we're going to get any real expansion. It kind of just makes sense to us to revert, but we'll see. They have the potential to try. Seems a little stupid to look for it, right? Like we took out highs. It's probably good enough. We can build here. Awesome. But I don't know. Does it make sense to take out? Keep going? Not sure. I'm kind of just expecting balance to kind of persist today. Like, sure, we take out highs, we look a little bit above. But until FOMC, like, doesn't make sense to be looking for expansion. And I just don't really see the reason why. It doesn't mean it doesn't have to happen, right? Like, we held our lows, so sure, we can punish highs now, but I'd like to see us really start to sustain over 540 for that to occur. Or I just kind of expect passive sellers to continue to just take here. Just like we did on our last attempt. 2 minutes for a decision to kind of be made, in my opinion. When new 15's open. And our new 30s. I personally took profit into these highs. and I'm just waiting. Now it's just a matter of like, what do we do here? Again, like it's FOMC, so like, does it make sense to be looking for expansion? I'm not sold on the idea. Are we in an uptrend holding POCs as supportive? Yes, right? Like, so like the factors for continuation are still there, and we got to respect that. So if you're in from lower, I don't mind this area for continuation, but understand that there isn't really a reason for it to occur. Not drastically. Like, why would money come in to push new highs before FOMC? Does it make sense to take out highs and stop people out to punish? Yes, right? Which is what we just did. That's been accomplished. Now, what do we do from here? I think if like sell side fails to push us below this this 20 to 30, there's potentially a continuation trade off of sell side failure, right, on this new 15. But I don't know like how much it's actually going to offer. I'm just not very convinced up here, clearly. And again, like this is just where we took our short on the as our first trade of the day at 540. But if ES can like show interest over 420, right? Like I think we have another 5 points in us on ES. But if there's no interest above, like okay, sweet. Then we just chop up here and then rotate back down off of a failure to push. Like 540 is like very clearly where that offer sits. We've got Qualcomm, Meta, Ford, Microsoft, eBay today, aftermarket. And FOMC at 2, of course, right? And before that, we have Trump at 1. So we have Trump an hour before FOMC, and then at 2 p.m. Eastern, we have interest rate decision. And then at close, we have Qualcomm, Microsoft, Meta, Ford, eBay. Just to give the timeline for the rest of the day. Yeah. Again, like all we're seeing so far is just buyers being absorbed into these highs, right? Delta's trapped up. 40 is still offering. Just rotating back down to our like 20 to 30 here. This is going to be a big test as we push down into this. If this fails, then it's just going to be a rotation back to like 505 for reversion to VWAP. If we get below 20, I think. And then that would lead to a potential balance trade, right? If we show that interest below 505. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna delete this now that this is fully played. And then just get this area prepped. I'll be right back. Just watch your offer here into that 37.45. Then look for a bid into 25 if we get it. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So this should be your first risk off if you are playing off of the lower high. If you're not in a trade, just wait in here. See if our bid can find a clear bid. Buyer can find some liquidity here, and we can then push up off of this. Or if this is going to flip and then rotate back down to like 16. It is not all that clear to me as of yet. But like 40 being our offer is pretty clear. That hasn't changed. Now we're just watching to see how we interact here at this POC. This is all on top of price. Side, right. There you go.
Voice news disconnected.
Okay. See you in a bit, Surf. This should rotate down to our 16 edge if we can't find a buyer here. Don't think this is like all that tradable, but we should be aware of where positioning is occurring, right? This should just sweep through. There's not much here. Just back down to our value low of this little tight range. What the hell just flew over my like a bomber just flew over. I'm curious if we're going to get the same setup as before here off of a failure at our high of range. I'm almost looking to play it. Like trying to short here again with like a stop at like 32. But it's a little too slow. FOMC at 2, Kevin. Trump at 1. Earnings after hours. AMD, Amazon, eBay, Microsoft. Or sorry, not Amazon. Ford, Meta, Qualcomm, Microsoft, eBay. So we've got news events with that should cause some volatility at 1 and 2, and then close will probably be pretty terrible the last 30 as people are positioning or taking leverage off into earnings. But we should get some nice volatility at 2 to 3. I'm still flat, just waiting for this to be a little less slow. No, I didn't. What was it? Or maybe I did. Was it the one that dropped $500 yesterday? Yeah, I did see that. I didn't know that was Chinese. It's crazy because if you look, like it was consolidating really well, and then like it actually just got pulled. It's crazy. Yeah, someone on Discord posted it yesterday. That chart just looks like every crypto. Literally every crypto. Oh, Hondo. I haven't heard that in a minute. I used to be so long in that. Let me check if I still have any. I risked off most of my assets. I left like some runners if I was profitable on it. Let me check. I haven't looked at my crypto port in forever. Are you positive at 22? I haven't looked at charts in forever for crypto. I just hold portfolio. Yeah, I still have some Ondo. I wish I had 140 BTC. I did at a point. I used it to buy drugs when it was very cheap. But 140 BTC used to be nothing. Oh, Kevin, you had a really nice entry. My average is 0.4796. And then I bought again at 0.4499. And then sold on the way up, scaling out at 75, 81, 92. And then 169 was my last sell. And now I'm just sitting.
Airbus will open second China assembly line this year.
I actually probably have a little too much of this. Still have fucking bonk. Have all of these shitcoins still. God, I have so many garbage coins. Just like a little bit. Just in case they go again. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's been 10 minutes time now. At the top of the hour, Trump is due to be signing a congressional bill, according to his roll call.
What are the things I lost hard on? I lost hard on THL, lost hard on WIF,
We saw earlier reports that Trump is assigning to law
FLM,
a VA home program
token.
reform bill today. So again, that congressional bill due to be signed at 1 p.m. Eastern time at the top of the hour.
Those are the ones that are down. Everything else just in runners, still up. All right, let's see what happens here, guys, into our 40 again. Our 37 really. That offers. Got a full rotation of this lower balance. We were able to hold this low, no change. We were able to look over our value edge again. Then just rotating back up to our offer. We know that there's someone absorbing here into to like 37 to 45. As long as that's maintaining, not really looking for expansion. Just should be a selling point again. And then really, again, it's just balance here until we show interest below 505 and then can hold that. And then we can rotate this lower structure. Yeah, not really looking for much right now. Trump's about to start speaking. He's signing something. So just expect a little bit more chop. But still holding where we need to. POC of our previous candle. No change. Still this absorption up into our highs. Nothing to really talk about. See how sellers react here. Is there anything on the feed? Nothing yet. I'll post it if the Trump thing goes live.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Trump due to be signing a congressional bill on VA home loan reforms.
So same offer as before, right? We already knew that there was someone selling into 37. This should be your first risk off into 25s if you're still trying to trade those. You're just waiting. There's nothing really else to do. You're looking for a potential rotation back down to 16s if this fails. But this is just our bid, right? Just a retest of our value to POC of this previous range. Nothing really else here, just our upper balance. We've got this upper balance here that we can work with, and then we have this lower balance down here. So just two ranges. Right, this is range 1 here, and then this is our range 2 to here. So if we look on footprint, let's see. Right, we've got this lower balance and upper balance that we're building out now.
Korean ministers held trade discussions with Lundin and Greer on Wednesday.
Same as before, great first risk off, no change. Absorption still absorbing. Back down to our mid here of our balance. If it flips, we rotate down into that low. If it holds, there's no change.
So just a reminder with Trump's event, it is closed press, so not expect any live stream, but that's been pushed back to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
Classic. Classic. This administration will never have a press conference on time. Ooh, sorry, that was probably loud. Sorry, guys. Love being stuck in a 10-point range. Huge.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
$27 counterparties take $155.481 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Back down to our mid here. Great area to take off first profit. If you are still playing off of this, just rotation. Same as before, every time. Full rotation will give you that rotation down to 16. But bid has been resting here for quite some time, so we're going to need to see quite the shift. ES and RTY leading, though, so maybe we get it on this attempt. Unsure. We'd like to see 30s offer hold if we are going to get a lower high here for one last leg down.
There's still no live video for Trump when he signs the VA Homeless Reform Bill Act. It's about 28 minutes ago until we get the interest rate decision from the Federal Reserve, where they're expected to keep rates unchanged. Of course, reminder, there's no SEP, or Summary of Economic Projections. Now, the previous rate statement on June 18th, they said that although swings in net exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market conditions remain solid. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for the economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goal. And also on the article that we have posted out the prep, there is the previous FOMC SEP projections that have been posted on there. First bit of investment bank views then from ANZ. They expect no change to the rate at the FOMC's July meeting. They say labour market conditions are close to full employment, and unemployment rate has been relatively stable between 4 and 4.2% over the past year. This has allowed the Fed to focus on price stability and patiently watch inflation data for signs that higher tariffs are leading to a persistent rise in pressures. FOMC Governor Bowman and Waller have publicly stated they support a July rate cut, so a decision to hold is unlikely to be unanimous. In the past year, there have been two separate indications of dissents from governors, Bowman in September 2024 and Waller in March of 2025. Unlike this time, however, their previous dissents were hawkish. The last dissenting vote by governor was in 2005. Before that was in the early 1990s, when two governors dissented at the same meeting. From intermeeting communications, we know that owing to elevated inflation uncertainty from tariffs, most voting members of the FOMC want to see more data over the northern summer before considering changes to monetary policy. We'll be looking for some tweaks to the language in the FOMC statement alongside any comments from Powell that signal the September meeting is live for a rate cut. For example, if he acknowledges the labor market is cooling or that there is room to support the labor market. On the inflation side, if Powell focuses on the trend disinflation in services, it might be interpreted as a sign that there is less concern about a negative spillover from tariffs to broader inflation outside of goods. If no signals come out of this meeting, Powell could later flag a shift to a resumption of rate normalization at the 21st, 23rd August Jackson Hole Symposium. And at that time, he'll have more inflation and jobs data, as well as a resolution to where reciprocal tariff rates might land given the August 1st deadline. JP Morgan's Michelle, just commenting here, says that they expect one dissent, possibly two, at the Fed. Currently speaking on an interview in Bloomberg TV.
What's up, Alejandro?
White House Economic
Day's been good.
has
Just balance before
is
FOMC.
consistent with the Fed cutting rates, and he respects independence of Fed.
To be expected. Should get some movement
Heads up.
afterwards.
White House Economic Advisor Hassett currently speaking on Fox News. Hassett says many economists think that the Fed has been too slow.
Day's been good though. FOMC days are always, in my opinion, pretty easy because you don't expect expansion, and so when you know what the day type is, balance, right, then we can expect those reversions. If you go into it looking for expansion pre-FOMC, you usually get punished pretty hard. And then it's just like, once you know what to be expected and you've found your range, right, then it's just being willing to execute at our edges with risk, right, and then it's just kind
JP Morgan's
of free
Michelle,
money.
who's the global head of fixed income, says that uncertainty has cleared up to some extent.
But most people would rather gamble on the volatility after FOMC instead of taking the easy trades before imbalance, because They like the adrenaline. Yeah, exactly, Kevin. Like, I mean, it is what it is. Seller at 37, buyer at 25. Nothing new.
JP Morgan's Michelle says that we haven't seen the full impact of tariffs for the full quarter. Michelle adds that I think the Fed is likely on hold in September as well. Trump touts EU-Japan trade deals. We do have a video for you to watch.
Peace, man.
Michelle says June inflation data showed the start to see pass-through. Trump says negotiating with other nations, and the rest will receive a bill.
They're just looking to wick
We
out
have
these
posted out the
highs
video
here.
on the feed for you to watch Trump speaking live.
Let me see if I can find this feed.
Michelle says, I think Powell is going to reiterate the bias to ease.
Posted in chat. You want to listen?
Trump says Powell probably won't lower rates today.
Watch what ES does here into our top of range. Same with NQ. If we can see 40s show as supportive, then maybe we get a little bit of a random walk up, taking advantage of just the lack of liquidity while we wait for FOMC. But right now, I'm just treating this as them stopping out that wick high after some consolidation up here off of failure at lows at our 25.20. So if we can hold 40, good chance that we can keep going short term. But again, I'm not looking for anything crazy right now. Market's still very slow. So buy side, you'd love to see, right, like a hold of this on ES, a hold of this on NQ. Because if these fails, then it's just going to be traps and then rotation down. Same thing on ES, right? Trap and then rotation down. So we'll watch to see how they interact here at our edge high and if they can hold or not.
So going back to then the investment bank fees then for the Fed rate decision, ING, they say the market is currently pricing virtually zero chance of a rate cut, despite Trump pushing the Fed to lower interest rates immediately, and two of his appointees to the Federal Reserve, Waller and Bowman, saying they could support such action. However, the rest of the committee feels they have time to wait, especially in light of the recent firmer than expected June jobs report and ongoing uncertainty about how inflationary the president's tariffs will be. So they say the inflation has been well behaved recently, posting 0.1%, 0.2% month to month readings between February and May. But we always suspected it would be 3 months from April to May before the tariffs showed in the data. That means the July, August, September CPI reports, where we see the potential for 0.4% month to month or even 0.5% prints. The Fed was stung by the criticism after suggesting the post-pandemic supply shock price hikes would be transitory, only for inflation to hit 9% in 2022. It will not want to cut rates on a hunch and only have to backtrack again if inflation becomes more persistent. As such, we believe this meeting will be a non-event with rates left on hold and quantitative tightening left likely unchanged. German Finance Minister urges cabinet ministers to cut spending to close budget gap of over 30 billion euros in 2027. This is in an interview with Ard Tagesthemen. As Germany's Finance Minister Klingbeil make those comments.
Again, we're watching to see what happens here into this 40 edge on NQ, as well as this value edge on ES. This needs to hold as a pullback if we are going to break balance highs of these areas, or we'll just revert back down, trapping these buyers above. Same thing on Russell, right? We've got this little LVN we're looking to fill. We can find our bid here, then we can keep going. If this fails, then we rotate back down through this range that we were trading in before. Simple, simple, simple.
So let's go into the Q&A session now with Trump. And just reading through the final bit of research then from investment bank views, Goldman Sachs says that the FOMC is set to leave the Fed funds rate unchanged at this meeting. The statement is likely to acknowledge the softer growth pace in the first half of the year, but is unlikely to offer a strong hint about September. Governor Bowman and Waller have indicated that they would like to cut and are likely to dissent in the press. The press conference, Powell will probably be asked about the two-cut baseline implied by the median June dot. Trump says, just a headline here now, Trump says keeping interest rates high is hurting people. Going back to the investment bank view then, so they said that Powell will probably be asked about the two-cut baseline implied by the median June dot, and he will likely acknowledge it, but note there are still 2 rounds of inflation and employment data ahead of the September meeting, and reiterate that decisions will be made on a meeting-by-meeting basis. So Goldman Sachs continues to expect 325 basis point rate cuts this year, September, October, and December, followed by 2 more in 2026 to a terminal rate of 3 to 3.25%. They say our Fed funds rate scenario analysis implies that our probability-weighted Fed forecast remains dovish relative to market pricing. Trump says here the Fed will cut rates in September. Ten minutes away from the top of the hour now, where we expect the US interest rate decision. Forecast is for no change. Prior force for 5%. We get the FOMC rate statement. Remember, we don't get the SEP. We get that at the next meeting. Trump says that Powell is too late, even if he does it today. Trump says BRICS is an attack on the dollar. And it says that India tariffs is over BRICS and trade deficit. And adding that India doesn't do much business with the US.
Failure at our balance highs, rotation back down to our mid of our balances, off the offer flip, no change. Not really much here,
Trump
guys.
says we're talking to
Right?
India
We're just
now,
waiting
and
for
we'll see
the
what happens.
FOMC decision. There's a lot of potential for a rotation down to 16 here with these guys offsides at our highs. Same thing on ES to break lows. So pay attention for that. Think you get a little bit of relief here, and then you watch for your offer at 37. If we're going to get the last leg down. Again, FOMC decision very soon. So keep in mind that a lot of liquidity is going to be pulling away soon. And we should expect these like tight ranges to hold while we have our larger structure labeled and ready to go once that comes in.
So Trump says, you'll know at the end of the week. So it says, we'll see what happens with India. You'll know at the end of the week.
So you watch for a lower high here if we're going to do it. We watch this like 40, 43 off of our hold of our 25s again, mid of a balance. What we're watching for is a lower high, keeping these buyers offsides over balance, and then a rotation down, taking out these lows if it's going to happen. Right? Again, like these ranges might not matter whatsoever. So very shortly, once FOMC happens in 6 minutes. But this is what we'll be watching for the balance trade for right now.
Trump says Canada has been charging our farmers for years. And Trump says that we're negotiating with India right now.
Yes, at our value edge, trying to test and look above, so far failing. Same thing with Russell, just back into our balance before. Watching our edges, looking for those lower highs if we're going to put them in, or if we're going to flip back.
Five minutes ago now until we get the Fed rate decision. Forecast is for no change, prior 4.5%. We also get the Fed rate statement as well.
1.5 minutes until decision.
Trump says that we're dealing with a lot of leaders on tariffs today. And we're moving along well with China. And adds that I think we'll have a very fair deal with China. One minute to go now to begin the FOMC rate decision. And Trump concludes his remarks at the bill signing event.
I don't know if this is going to mean much, but so far holding where we need to. These buyers are still offsides into R46. No change there. ES holding a bit better. Not going to lie. Russell coming back down to our lows. We're going to watch to see what happens into the bottom of this oscillation into FOMC, if this is able to maintain. If it does, it's a pretty good sign for bulls. Right? If we can hold and then pop back over, that's huge. If this holds and then rejects and then comes down, we're gonna
10 seconds.
be in a little of a worse situation, because then these guys are gonna be offsides and it's gonna be a little bit more detrimental. Guys, again, expect huge volatility here in a few seconds.
No change, no change. Rate remains unchanged at 4.5% as expected. Fed says economic growth moderated in the first half of the year. Governors Waller and Bowman dissented in favor of a rate cut. Fed removes language saying uncertainty has diminished. Fed says inflation remains somewhat elevated, labor market conditions remain solid, and recent indicators suggest growth of economic activity moderated in the first half of 2025. Unemployment rate remains low, labor market conditions remain solid.
Good hold of our low. Russell retesting our top edge. If this breaks, should be able to then see continuation up, I think, into FOMC. Good volatility, hold of our low of our balance on these little liquidity grabs, but we need to see Russell break, I think, for confirmation. Let's see what they do here as we retest our balance
Keeping
high.
on the market reactions here, dollar seeing some downside movement. There's a little bit there, and the S&P 500 did see a little bit of movement towards the upside.
Russell, full
So
rejection.
the
That's bad.
Dixie holding on to gains after the FOMC.
See what happens into our low
White
again.
House says Trump signed a proclamation to address effects of copper imports on America's national security. As said with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 climbing to session highs. I'm just reversing that move towards the upside now.
Not a lot of clarity
We have
yet,
also
but
specified
Russell
the
might lead us
FOMC
down
rate
here.
statement as well
We
on
can't
feed
hold.
free to read through.
That Russell rejection is our downside pathing. Back down to our 25 here. This is where our liquidity low was. I think Russell leads us down. This is what that looks like to me off of this failure. We'll watch to see what happens.
Treasuries
But
pair loss after Fed holds rates steady with dissent. So again, you had Waller and Bowman that preferred to lower the Fed funds rate by a quarter point.
it's back down to our balance
Trump says
low.
proclamation imposes universal 50% tariffs on imports of semi-finished copper products and copper-intensive derivative products effective August 1st.
That is very soon. Let's see what they do here. Watching Russell into VWAP, as that's been our leading signal here for clarification. Yes, at VWAP as well. And Q bottom of
Seeing
balance.
the US Treasury 2 10-year yield curve steepens after Fed statement. And so the US 2-year Treasury yields trim rise in wake of Fed statement, last flat at about 3.879%. Spot gold unchanged after the Fed rate decision, last down about 0.7%.
Watching Russell offer here at
The White
VWAP.
House says Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil. Trump signed an executive order implementing an additional 40% tariff on Brazil, bringing total tariff amount to 50% for Brazil. As a reminder, with Trump's proclamation on copper imports, it was announced in early July. Traders still fully price in at least one 2025 Fed rate cut. JP Morgan's Michelle says that we have to pay attention to the two dissents. White House says that de minimis exemption suspension effective August 29th.
Okay. Hold our balance low, pushing to balance high, watching to see if we put in a lower offer, if there's anything actually playable here. So far, nothing really interesting, to be honest. The Russell lead down was a good signal for the initial short, but
JP Morgan's Michelle
real,
says that
change
they expect
here.
Powell to say not much disagreement in actuality.
Russell into our value edge.
So just that the U.S. With the new U.S. tariff order for Brazil cites Bolsonaro persecution.
So that's the full rotation down into POC here, and now rotating back to our value edge, bottom of balance. So let's see what they do.
We have posted
Should be
the
a
live
pretty
stream
important
of
area.
the FOMC press conference. Remember, that's at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
We're watching to see if sell side can maintain here for rotations down. Same thing with Russell here. Watch to see what happens into our VWAP off of this rejection of our bow low. Same thing on ES. It's just the same
You did
pivots,
see the
right?
Brazilian real briefly sliding after US releases tariff fact sheet.
Just from our pivots. Just waiting. J-Pow should start speaking soon. But so far holding our 37.46 area, balance high. Pretty poor price action so far. Not a lot of decision making happening. I'll get bearish once we push below 505. No change in that plan. Until then, right, it's just still rotating above our balance, which is technically bullish. Not really trying to over leverage in upper balance with no changes outside. We know our edges. Excuse me. Should get another. We should get our break on JPOW. Starting to talk, and then hopefully
Futures
direction.
implied traders now see 68% chance of Fed lowering rates at least 25 base points at the September meeting, and futures implied traders see 65% chance of the Fed lowering rates at least another 25 base points at the December meeting. So it did see, of course, off the back of the copper headlines, it did see a movement towards the downside on copper there. JP Morgan's Michelle says, I'd be wary that corporate America is bottoming. corporate America is learning how to absorb tariffs?
My viewpoint is that everyone expected today and expected no change. So if we're already in an uptrend, that uptrend should persist unless JPOW says something about forward-looking, no change in rates for like the next year. You're right, something like that. That's the only thing that I can think that can really change anything, because again, like, this has already been expected. Money's been coming in, market's been sustainable up here. So there's no real shift in our flow in that sense, right? Like, people are still buying, but if something changes in his point of view during the comments that scares people, that's really the only thing I can think of. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Again, we just showed interest at our balance high and VWAP pretty clearly. If we start to push below that 505, then we can change our tune a bit and then trade that balance low. But right now, our upper balance is still just holding strong. Yep. So bids being able to hold our low, pop above. We'd love to see this now sustain above if we're going to do it. Russell was able to pop and push back to our bow high here from the range before the FOMC came out. I'm just going to continue to watch these pivots, see how we interact around them. I'm not looking to take any trades until JPOW starts speaking. It's just stupid to do that. If you didn't trade these ranges before, you've missed your opportunity. Right now, it's just a waiting game to see which way we go from them. You had and 2 hours to trade this range. So if you're now like, oh, I want to trade this range in volatile markets now, it's kind of stupid, not gonna lie. You had 2 hours of chop at exact pivots.
The White House say copper input materials and copper scrap are not subject to the 232 or reciprocal tariffs.
Let's just clean this up as we come into JPOW stream. Oh, did I not post? Oh, no, I did. No, I didn't. Here it is. My bad.
So the US ends duty-free de minimis for low-value shipments.
Just getting us ready for JPO. Am I ready? Yeah, man. So ready. Super excited.
Ten minutes ago now to be at the FMC press conference with Powell. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch.
I think that reporters are going to ask about what Trump just said in that news conference of rumors that he'll cut rates in September. And when Jay Powell says yes or no, the market then moves. It's my guess. The market will move after he responds. Because Trump just said that he heard rumors that he's cutting in September in his press conference that just ended. That's my guess. If Jay Powell's like, no, that's not happening, then I'm guessing we go down. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the cutting rates would be still so absolutely horrendous for our economy. So maybe I have no clue which direction we go. Market being excited for rate cuts is brain dead. So who knows? I'm just gonna play whatever which way the momentum's going. I don't care. Let it do it at once.
FedEx drops amid volume spike, last down about 2.8%. Bank of America's senior US economist, Babe, says that we still have an inflation problem, even if Waller is right. Five minutes ago now to get the FOMC press conference with Powell. Remember, the video is on the feed. This also heads up White House digital asset report gets published. We do have the link. We'll pop it out for you in the feed. And JP Morgan's Michelle says effective tariff rate is to settle at 18 to 20%.
Buyers attempting to push through this absorption. Offer pretty clear at 60. Russell is not showing the same interest at these highs as EOS and QR. I think we're going to probably be using Russell for our signals for the afternoon for actual real movement.
One minute to go down to we expect the press conference to begin. And Fed Powell's press conference begins.
All right. He's got his purple tie as usual. Why would you bet that he's changing his tie color? From the same
Powell
for the
says the
last
economy is in a solid position.
7 FOMCs. It's a bad bet.
And inflation is somewhat above target. Fed will remain squarely focused on dual mandate goals. Despite uncertainty, economy remains in solid position. Powell says current stance of policy leaves us well positioned. That leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way. Indicators suggest economic growth has moderated. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $70 a barrel, up 79 cents or 1.14%. Powell says moderation in growth reflects slowdown in consumer spending, and activity in housing sector remains very weak.
I'd love to see a retest of our this absorption that we saw into 60. We were gonna hold here. We can
So
maybe rotate to
NYMEX
like 590 or something. Watch to see what happens.
NYMEX natural gas September futures settle at around $3.04. Fed's Powell says unemployment rate remains low, and labor market conditions are broadly in balance. Powell says a wide set of indicators suggest job market is near maximum employment.
Good bid so far. Watching Russell at our value
Powell
high
says that we
edge.
expect
See if we can hold
PC
here.
up 2.5% in core, up 2.7% in the 12 months through June. So again, core PC likely rose 2.7% year over year in June. Powell says tariffs are pushing up some goods prices.
All right, we're in our area of interest, guys.
Powell says most measures of longer run inflation expectations are consistent with the Fed's goal.
This is where we need to see if buy side's willing to take this 50 to 60. ES traded into our reversion zone up at 25, rejected so far. Just watching to see if we can hold a higher low.
Powell says tariffs have exerted pressure on some goods, but wider impact is uncertain. Powell says its reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact. So again, reasonable base case is short-lived tariff inflation impact. And possible inflationary effects could become more persistent. And Powell says that I see current stance as appropriate to guard against inflation risks.
This is your first risk off as we push into 90, like just like
Powell
we talked
says that
about,
we're on
off the
track
hold of
to
50
wrap
to
up
60.
policy review by late summer.
This is the only thing that I could see. I'm not sure if we get much more here. If we can get over this and start to build, sure. But this is ADR on NQ and into our pivot here at 90. ES into our 28 to 32. Pretty important. Leave a runner just in case, but this is a great risk off. Now it's into his questions period. This September question is being talked. It's the first thing.
Powell says that we would characterize policy as modestly restrictive. Powell says there is downside risk to the labor market. And that we expect to have more information in the coming months. Powell says we have made no decisions about the September meeting. Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing some a little bit of movement towards the downside.
Back to
Again,
POC,
Powell
a
says
previous
that we have
candle
made
here.
no decisions about September.
RTY, another rejection at our balance high, same as before. Just back to our 30-second opening range. Watching to see if offers can now hold this 50 to 60
Powell
or if
says
we flip back.
uncertainty more or less even since last meeting. Again, there has been uncertainty more or less ever since last meeting.
$50 to 60 holding so far on offer from our look above
Powell
and then
says
retest.
it's been a very dynamic time for trade negotiations.
Need to get below
And we're
32 for
still
more, or
ways
this can
away from
continue to
seeing
bid
where
here.
things settle. Powell says most estimates of effective tariff rate are not moving much.
As we push down into this like 16 to 20, it should be your secondary risk off if you are playing off 50 to 60 flip.
Trump order in Brazil exempts orange juice and some aircraft parts.
Watch ES into view up as resistance, Russell bottom of range, and Q
Powell
at
says
POC.
GDP and PDFP numbers came in right about where we expected them. The Trump order in Brazil tariffs includes long list of exemptions.
This is
Powell says by
target.
many statistics,
See if
the
we can
labor
flip
market
it,
is
or
still
if this
in
holds
balance.
as low. It's just our balance low from our range that we traded in for 2 hours before FOMC. If we show interest below 505 and hold, then we can look down.
Labor measures
Until then,
are
bottom of
similar
range.
to a year ago. Brent crude futures settle at $73.24 a barrel, up 73 cents or 1.01%. Again, Powell says very similar to where we were a year ago. Job creation has slowed, but so has supply for workers. Powell says many uncertainties are left to resolve.
It's still resting at that 16. No
Powell
change.
says you don't see a weakening in the labor market. Powell says downside risks to labor market are certainly apparent.
Offer sitting at 40 above.
Powell
It
says
should be
the
your
main
first
number
risk
you
off
have
if
to
you're
look at
playing off
now
at
is the
15
unemployment rate.
for a lower high potential. Again, I'm not looking for a long continuation until we can flip back over 50 to 60 and then bid it. Just like we
Powell
took the
says
short,
break-even number for job creation has come down.
like this is literally our only pivot. It's rebid, push to our 90, push below, offer, push down, right? Like it's just the pivot. So this has to be your first risk off here as we push into it. And if we can continue higher, we'll see then a rebid of over 60 and then a continuation.
Downside
but
risk.
I'm off. I'm out from there from 15 into our 50 to 60. If we can flip it, sweet. If not, it's okay. Feel free to hold a runner
Powell
if you're in from
says
the low.
on the descents, what you want is a clear explanation, and we have that today. Powell says people thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. Powell says the economy calls for modestly restrictive stance for now.
$30 till new 15s, just at our 50 to 60 pivot from our rotation from VWAP at 15, 16.
Powell says that I can't point to June projections 6 weeks later. Powell says my own estimate is modestly restrictive. There are a range of estimates. Powell says we'll be making that judgment as we go. Again, on my own estimates is modestly restrictive. There are a range of estimates, and we'll be making that judgment as we go. Powell says we know the neutral rate by its works. And US yields edge high after Powell says labor market not weakening.
Into POC, a previous candle, watching to see how we interact here.
Powell says, I think you have to think of this as still quite early days in assessing the impact of tariffs.
Another failure so far. I'd like to see a better retest here if we're going to hold this edge. But see if we can play off this 60 risk.
Powell, when talking about tariffs, says it's starting to show up in some consumer prices. Traders pair bets on more than one Fed rate cut this year.
50 offer pretty strong there. A lot of volatility.
Powell says we'll have to watch and learn. Powell says we'll have to watch and learn empirically about the process. So, empirically about the process. Powell says we have to think a long way to go to know where we'll be on the impacts. Powell says that we will make sure this turns into this doesn't turn into serious inflation. Powell says tariff pass through to
About one
prices
here
may
at
be slower than
25.
thought.
From our 50-60. I think we take out lows here. I just want to be careful as we push down. A lot of buying into this 15 to 505. If we can flip it, I'll feel pretty happy. We'd be looking for something like so.
So keep an eye on the dollar continue to move higher. The White House just confirmed what was said before, that Trump's tariff from Brazil excludes some products, including orange pulp and orange juice. Fed's Powell says could say the Fed is looking through inflation by not hiking. Powell says there may be some stimulative effect from tax bill, but not a major one.
Look below. Let's see if we get a little bid here, and then our 505, 516 holds.
So keep an eye on the yen dropping to around 149.26 per dollar, the lowest since April 3rd. Again, as the Dixie continues to strengthen here. Powell says we do not consider cost of government of our rate changes. So traders no longer fully price in Fed rate cut in October.
We're watching to see if bid can step back over 20s for rotations back up to 60, or if this holds and we look back below 505 for continuation down to 475. It is really trying here.
So traders no longer fully price in Fed rate cut in October.
This is your first risk off here into our wick lows, into this balance low. Again, just into this like 65, 75. It's got to be. Don't look for exact numbers.
Powell says that inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There's catch-up inflation reflecting past pressures. We
I'm out
can't
one
separate
there
out tariff
from
effects from inflation.
50 into 80. Again, invalidation for me is the bid stepping over 20s, and we're just watching to see if this pivot can hold. There's not really much else here.
Services inflation is coming down nicely, and goods are going up.
Just did our full balance rotation.
Seeing the
right?
Dixie extend gains, the highest since May. US issues Iran general license. So the US Treasury Iran related designations, issuance of Iran related general licenses. So authorizing limited safety and environmental transactions and offloading of cargo involving certain persons or vessels blocked on July 30th. So additionally, that's been updated.
Out one more into 480. Just a runner now from 505, stop 520. And this is our bottom of balance. We'll see if we can flip this 65.75 or if this holds, but you should be like 2/3 out. Now we'll watch to see if this pivot holds, just like we did with our 50 to 60 and our 505 to 515, right? No change. Just watching to see now our reaction here on this little relief, and then retest of our bow low.
Being a leader.
But that is, oops. That is your first one, and now we'll watch to see if we get a secondary here.
Powell says what we see now is the very beginnings of tariff inflation.
Are you guys willing to play off of these pivots or no?
Nasdaq 100 turning negative as Powell speaks. So again, just the key comments that he made. That I expect to see more tariff impacts in inflation data. Also talking about the jobs market, saying jobs creation is being matched by slowing of the supply of workers.
I'm
and the
risked
impact
off
of
here.
tariffs remains unclear still.
I'll try to get back in if we rotate back up here, potentially.
We'll be monitoring all incoming data. Powell says that we have a long-term housing shortage and haven't built enough. So US Treasury yields now extending rise after Powell says no decision yet on September cut. 10-year yield last up 4.6 basis points at around 4.732%.
Back to this garbage. We're always ending back here.
Powell says we have risks to both of our goals.
Not a huge fan of that offer there. Kind of missed my op there at 60. It's a bit too fast for me.
Powell says there's quite a lot of data coming in before next meeting.
Hoping for a retest.
And next steps we take are likely to be closer to neutral.
That's our full balance rotation here. RTY still leading down. Market's dead. I'm watching this liquidity here at 75.
So Powell says it's a pretty reasonable base
the
case
volatility is
that this will
insane.
be a one-time price increase. And it's really hard to say if data to be clear by next meeting.
Volatility is insane.
Powell says we're trying to get the timing right.
This is our offer here, 400, 410. This is the most bearish response possible if we hold this. It's a bit too all over the place for me personally. Let's see. Very small risk from 400, 410.
Powell, and asks about the dollar, says the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. Powell says government data is the gold standard and we need to be good and rely on it.
Stop there. This bid's got to be like insanely clear at 390, 400 on this flip. Watching this flip. This should determine directionality here. This is our most recent buyer. Just watching to see if they can hold this or if we flip below and then offer it. This is their opportunity.
Seeing the Treasury 2 yields rising to 3.94%, the highest since July 16th. Powell says consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last few years, and now maybe it has finally slowed down.
A lot of trading happening here.
Powell says credit card companies will say consumer is in solid shape. US stocks lose ground as Fed Chair Powell speaks. S&P 500 last down about 0.45%. Fed's Powell says GDP was in line with what we expected, but it's still difficult to interpret because of the net export swings.
I'm at
According
one
to
here at
Axios,
60
senators
from our flip.
write Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs. So again, senator writes to Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs. Traders price in less than a 50% chance of a September rate cut. The article from Axios, Senate Dem presses Amazon on price hikes amid tariffs. Came out about a couple of hours ago. Senator Maggie Hassan pressing Amazon's CEO over grocery price hikes tied to Trump's steel and aluminium tariffs, per a letter exclusively obtained by Axios. Powell says private sector job creation in the last report had come down a bit. Powell says the flow into labor force is a great deal slower, largely from immigration policy. Powell says that the totality of labor market data shows solid market, but you have downside risks. And we have posted out the article from Axios on the feed for you to read through. Again, Senator writes to Amazon over price hikes tied to tariffs.
I'm just looking for reoffers. We have no right side of V yet, so there's no reason to be looking for longs. Just looking for looks above and then looks back below until proven that this is the low. That's it. So just watching. The seller is getting eaten the hell up down here, but still have lots of work to do
The discussion
above.
around policy, Powell says, the majority view was that inflation is above target, employment is at target, and policy should be somewhat restrictive. And I expect dissents to be explained in the next day or so. Powell says inflation is further from our goal than employment.
These are our seller here into 440, 450. See what they do. Good flip of our pivot.
Powell says we get 2 employment and inflation reports before the next meeting, and we'll see where that takes us.
I'm not completely sold on either direction here yet. I think if we show interest over this 430, 440 and show a secondary bid, we rotate up to 80 at least. But like that seller at 80 is just massive. So like, is it worth? Maybe. I mean, it could be worth, I guess, trying to play through it.
Powell
But
says
like, the
GDP
offer here is pretty
The
clear.
GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter and often revised.
Bid is trying to step up here at 420. We step back below this pivot if we hold here, and then like there's literally no change. Downside is still in play. The only thing we're watching for right now is a potential low being formed here, and then a reversion to our 15-minute VWAP back at like 480, 500.
Powell
Right, the
says
bottom
we
of our
still
balance.
think the labor market is the best economic data we have.
All right, let's see what they do here. This is important. Again, there's not much here if we can get over this guy. Just to our seller at 480, who's massive.
And Powell concludes his press conference.
Pretty awkward spot to close. I don't feel like we made enough upside ground there for this to have a whole lot of lasting benefits, but we'll see. We're retesting our buyer here on flip. Hopefully that gives us a trade. Again, bid very clearly at this like 415 to 430. Just watch to see if something like this holds. And again, like the reason why I'm being so kind of like passive here is we have the potential, right? We held our pivot low. We've got lots of prop sellers at the lows, but we need to see a sustained secondary buyer, ideally here, and then push us back over our balance low. If we can do that, then yeah, we got room. But we'll have to see if this can hold or not. If not, then it's just holding our mother bar right halfway back here. And then we'll just 3 bar down. So like right now we've just rejected our bow low from the morning session. Right at JPOW ending remarks. To me, that's not like the greatest sign. But if buyers can hold this where they were sustaining into his closing remarks, sure, right? Like, okay, then we've got a nice higher low, and then we'll look for a nice secondary move to play. But yeah, I'd like it to be a bit more clear, personally. Or it just looks like bear flag, continuation, and then secondary leg down. So really keeping our eye on this area. Like what is going on up here? Market doesn't know either. Still an inside candle. If RTY starts to lead directionally, then we might have a trade. I really like ES down to 350. We got to break the lows. NQ is a little less distinguishable. Holding our value low previous candle still. RTY testing lows. NQ at our edge. Feel like they're gonna sweep this in a second. Holding still, 410s. RTY is starting to lead. Back to our 410 bid. Offer at 430. RTY leading down. Russell leading down still. Watching ES low. Into our mid pivot here, POC a previous candle off of our flip. Some relief here should be expected. Then we look for a lower offer. Watching this reoffer. So we come back in off of our flip. Good morning. It's crazy.
The US State Department sanctions entities involved in Iran oil trade. Futures now showing a 45% chance of a September 25 basis point cut after Powell's no decision comments versus 68% seen before the comments.
215's opening now. Opening at POC, a previous candle. Ugh, sorry, it's yawning. I'm very surprised that this is holding so far. I was expecting retest of that wick low down into 65.55. There's but a lot of absorption above into this like 430, 412. Kind of just watching the retest into that to see if we get that puke or if this is going to be like the weakest uptrend on the higher time frame with these POCs below and price above, just slowly climbing back up. Unsure. It's very muddy down here. Very clearly someone willing to buy down here into these lows between like 55 and 80. But on a lower time frame horizon, not great trading opportunities. There's very clearly someone buying at these lows, but we don't know their time frame horizon or what they're looking for or what should be expected. For scalping, not great. So let's see what happens here into our pivot, if there's any reaction. If not, again,
The US
I'm
State
just
Department sanctions 20 entities over Iran oil trade.
not really interested. Russell's been leading these moves down, so we just wait for Russell to get its next leg, I think, and then we play it. That's kind of my approach right now. This is where we absorbed last time into this like 15 to 30. See if this holds or if we flip. It's very muddy. But you decided to come back for end of day volatility or what? I'm going to say it again. I think MOC or FOMC is one of the easiest days to trade if you trade pre-FOMC. If you wait to trade the crazy volatility, you're literally just gambling. We know what the market looks like on FOMC. It's balance. And as long as you just trade balance, it's very clean action. You know exactly what the environment is going into the day. You usually don't have that as an opportunity. If you're gambling money off of every other word JPOW says, then you don't have edge, right? Like, trade when you have edge.
Deputy US Treasury Secretary to Fox News says there is scope for the Fed to reduce interest rates.
They have to pop this thing now, or this is just going to continue to absorb, and then we rotate back down to our 90. We are sandwiched in between our value high of previous candle at our sell side sweep that we saw from this absorption into the highs, and our POCs down here at this low. Very tight range, right? Very tight range. Again, this is like the only absorption that I see so far. This, like I said, this like 412, the 430 area. But like the low is also being protected pretty clearly, so it's not great for trading. Again, like higher time frame wise, like this is all a bid down here, right, on the higher time frame. But you're not getting great upside action yet, right? So it's not great for scalping. Things got to go relatively soon if we're going to go up, or this just looks terrible for buyers. Short term, trying to push over that 430. Watching to see if Russell leads here again. Everything holding our halfway back as a resistance so far. Again, though, like this is an incredibly tight range. This is bottom of range here where they absorbed last into our 390, just like we talked about. Bottom of range. Need to see that offer aggressively flip this 80 to 90 if we're going to break out of this balance. Bid still being absorbed into that 412, 430, no change. That again, I'm gonna keep repeating it. This has to be your first risk off. It has to be if you're shorting off of 412, 430. Is our value low of previous candle to POC. We'll watch to see if this can flip. If it can, then we can take out our 65, right? But you have to take off some because there's very clearly someone taking in size here. The offer has stepped down from our 430 to now our 410. So if we can see that offer now maintain at 410, then we see a seller very clearly pushing the market down and willing to then keep going, right? But like you have to respect the balance that's being offered to you right now if you are trading this. Bid is still very responsive into this low at 90. Back to our range high. Again, just bid is very clear at the low, sell is very clear at the high. We need to flip this for continuation. $50 till new 15s. This is our last 15 of the day, and then 5 minutes to MOC. New 15 opening at POC of previous candle, still holding this low, 80 to 90. If you're playing off this 80 to 90, this is your first risk off into 415, 430. If we can step over 430 and bid, should be able to do a reversion to 480 would be my guess, but we got to show very clear interest above, or this is top of balance. Again, it is the range. Bid holding lows and POC is still maintaining as supportive, is telling us that our buyers are still here on the higher time frame, but there is a seller that is very clearly willing to take in here into 430. There is no change in anything that I have said. Again, this has to be your first risk off as we push into this area. You have 3 minutes until MOC. Till MOC, 430 offer still holding.
Close imbalance.
POC on this candle so far is at 430. Again, no change in what I've mentioned. Still need to see that lift above and then secondary bid step in for that move. But higher lows are in play on both the 15 as well as the smaller time frame charts that we are looking at. So the bid is tempting. Ten seconds.
Ten seconds. Markets on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 281 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 888 million, Dow 30 sell side 55 million, Mag 7 buy side 296 million.
You've got this big ass selling node from 60 to 80. That should be target, in my opinion. If we can push over that, then you can look for that 500 bottom of balance. But yeah. Bid was able to maintain lows, step over our 430 on MOC, back into this little absorption here at our 60 edge. Should be able to just like freely rotate this. Let's see what happens into it. I could see if we fail here, just a look back in and then rotation back. If this fails to push above this node that's from 60 to 80.
So just keep in mind, following the closing bell today, earnings season continues. So we have Qualcomm reporting their earnings first at the top of the hour. Estimated EPS of $2.71 and an estimated revenue of $10.33 billion. 5 minutes past the hour, we get some more Magnificent Seven names reporting their earnings reports. Firstly, we get Microsoft printing Q4 25 earnings with an estimated EPS of $3.37 and an estimated revenue of $73.89 billion. We also have Meta Platforms printing Q2 2025 earnings with an estimated EPS of $5.89 and a revenue estimate of $44.83 billion. So at the same time as this as well, also at 5 minutes past the hour, eBay due to be printing Q2 2025 earnings with an estimated EPS of $1.30 and an estimated revenue of $2.64 billion. Board printing Q2 2025 earnings, estimated EPS of 33 cents and an estimated revenue of $44.14 billion. Trump says, "We're very busy in the White House today working on trade deals. I'll be meeting with the South Korean trade delegation this afternoon." Trump says South Korea is right now at a 25% tariff, but they have an offer to buy down those tariffs.
I would just stick to prop, D-Rock. Your risk
Trump
is
says,
just
"We
so
just
much
concluded
better
a deal
until
with,
you're
the
more
country of
practiced.
Pakistan."
It is just so much better from a risk perspective to continue to use prop accounts until you have really developed out your system. The best thing you can do for yourself as a new or intermediate trader who's been trading from, anywhere from 0 years to, I don't know, 8 years. I think in today's market, if you don't already have like a really nice safety egg, right? Or safety nest, sorry, is to use props, stack props, so you limit your risk while still having lots of upside potential.
Trump
And
says other
then
countries are making offers for a tariff reduction.
taking that profit and putting it into some sort of automated or long-term system. So
Trump, for more color on Pakistan, says Pakistan and the US will work together on developing their massive oil reserves. We're in the process of choosing an oil company that would lead this partnership.
like what we're doing with Braxton on the algo side, or sorry, on the auto trading side, is like such an easy no-brainer to be putting your prop firm money into after you make profit, because it's automated for you. It has very solid R&R and you aren't touching it, right? You're not responsible for it. So if you put all of your money into like a live cash account after you make money from prop and you have one bad day, right? Do you trust yourself to not blow that account up and lose all of your gains? And I think for most people, the answer is no. Right, so either investing that into a
been
long
5 minutes
term
time
or
now.
into something
At
like that.
the top of the hour, Qualcomm due to be printing Q3 2025 earnings with an estimated EPS of $2.71 and an estimated revenue of $10.33 billion. Also in 10 minutes time, at 5 minutes past the hour, Meta due to be printing Q2 25 earnings with an estimated EPS of $5.89 and an estimated revenue of $44.83 billion. Microsoft printing Q4 2025 earnings with an estimated EPS of $3.37 and an estimated revenue of $73.89 billion. eBay also due to be reporting estimated EPS $1.30, estimated revenue $2.64 billion, and Ford estimated EPS of 33 cents and an estimated revenue of $44.14 billion.
Your goal always, as someone who's trying to make money, is to diversify and create as many passive income sources as possible. And never putting it into like one nest, right? That is your goal, is to create as many monetary safety nets as possible for yourself, and that's how you're going to build wealth. So if that's just going into like dividend stocks and a long-term portfolio and getting passive income that way, if it's going into retail, into real estate and buying there, like that's how people like make big like actual wealth. It's not just from trading, right? Everyone has a side hustle, multiple side hustles that they're going into. So you should never be like taking that prop for money and then just like putting it into a live account and then still trading on top of that. Like use that money to then invest in something else so that you have some sort of secondary passive that then helps fund, It's like one of the most important things I think you can do. Let your money work for itself, work for you. There's your full reversion to our 480 we talked about. I don't know if we're getting anything more. I really do not know. We've got multiple earnings as soon as market closes. You've got 2.5 minutes until market close. This is reversion to our 15-minute view up. It's about all I expect to happen. Anything that happens now is just going to be based off of the ERs that are coming out. Yeah, use the props to limit your risk and make short-term money. Use those short-term gains, right? To then create passive income sources for yourself. You don't want to have to be dependent on day trading for the rest of your life. That's such a bad take, right? Like you are using this money to create passive income sources. You're not trying to sit at a screen for the rest of your life.
One minute to go now till we get Qualcomm earnings.
Like you have to think, like even TFC is like a passive income source for me, and I am trying to get out of the streaming game, right? Like think about like what we're doing with TFC's money income, right? We're building out an algo trading side. We're building out an automated trading side, right? We built out an indicator side. These are all sources that make me no longer the focus of TFC and make secondary income sources from these our focus so that we can pull away, right? Like
10
we
seconds.
love teaching, we love doing this, but like even this is a side hustle for me compared to my trading income, right? And like your goal should always be trying to create passive income sources for yourself. Just like always keep
Just
that in
EPS
mind.
of $2.77, a beat on the estimate of $2.72. Adjusted revenue of $10.37 billion, a beat on the estimate of $10.33 billion. And a 9-month capex at $785 million. They see fourth quarter adjusted EPS of $2.75 to $2.95 compared to the estimate of $2.84. They see fourth quarter revenue of $10.3 billion to $11.1 billion compared to the estimate of $10.61 billion.
Like I'll do this until I can't stand it anymore, but like would I be doing this if I had a wife and a kid? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do about that. Nothing I could do. All right, well, that's the belt. We got our reversion up. We found the buyer at the lows. We talked about how that's
Microsoft Q4 2025 earnings with an EPS estimate of $3.37, a revenue estimate of $73.89 billion. Meta Q2 2025 earnings estimates of EPS estimate of $5.89, revenue estimate of $44.83 billion. Ford second quarter estimates forecast for the EPS of 33 cents, a revenue of estimate of $44.14 billion. eBay second quarter 2025 earnings EPS estimate of $1.30.
It's a huge day, man.
And a revenue estimate of $2.64 billion.
FOMC as well. Big day. Did you make most of that before JPOW or after? Just curious. Yeah, good man. I'm telling you guys, like, as soon as you realize, like, there's such a huge edge going into a day and knowing what to expect. Because it just completely changes your entire mindset and gives you so many trading opportunities. It's just like, where do you have the most edge? When you know what to expect, or when there is insane volatility and we're all over the place and liquidity is poor and you're literally trading every word JPOW is saying? So it's like the volatility is nice, don't get me wrong.
Dropping 2.6% in extended trading after posting quarterly results.
So these buyers down here.
So just the way we're going to lead with it. We're going to try and go with Microsoft and then Meta and then eBay and Ford.
Absolutely 8.
Microsoft EPS, so fourth quarter EPS of $3.65.
Jesus.
That's a beat on the estimate of $3.37. Revenue $76.44 billion. A beat on the estimate of $73.89 billion. Q4 intelligent cloud revenue $29.88 billion. A beat on the estimate of $29.1 billion. Fourth quarter Azure and other cloud rev, excluding FX, plus 39%. That's a beat on the estimate of plus 34.2%. So Microsoft shares jumping 5% post-market after results.
Let's see how we do up here. I'm going to stay just for a little bit. I would like to see how this holds or not into our absorption from JPOW candle, which is here, into our 60. Just watching. But very clear hold of our low BAL here from our previous session, which we labeled as our pivot at our 65, 55. Then we saw absorption and a very clear low into our 80 to 90. And then reversion to our VWAP into close at our 60 to 80, and then news candles for ER from Microsoft just allowed that little gigantic rotation back up to highs. So no change. Yeah. Just back to this 30-second orb from what, yesterday? Yeah. So really, if we can't break these highs into 90 to 615, then I expect another day of balance. We'll see what happens, but it's just a full rotation from yesterday's open, it looks like to me. If we can hold here, again, at our balance high, again, this is our balance here, upper balance. Then it's a very good sign that we want to continue higher.
So surely expecting the earnings now from Meta, Ford, and eBay.
See what happens with Meta.
Ford coming through with cute second quarter adjusted EPS. Let's go with Meta. Meta second quarter EPS of $7.14, a beat on the estimate of $5.89. So again, $7.14 for the second quarter EPS. Second quarter rev, $47.52 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.83 billion. A second quarter adjusted revenue, or excuse me, second quarter ad revenue, $46.56 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.07 billion. Operating income, $20.44 billion, a beat on the estimate of $17.24 billion. Reality Labs operating loss of $4.53 billion. Estimate was a loss of $4.86 billion. A family of apps operating income of $24.97 billion, a beat on the estimate of $22.16 billion. Family of apps revenue $47.15 billion, a beat on the estimate of $44.4 billion. And they see third quarter 2025 total revenue to be in the range of $47.5 billion to $50.5 billion. Compared to the estimates of $46.2 billion. They see fiscal year total expenses of $114 billion to $118 billion. They saw $113 to $118 billion. They see 2025 capex at between $66 billion to $72 billion versus prior outlook of $64 billion to $72 billion. So Meta shares rising 5% after third quarter revenue view tops estimates. They see capex, fiscal year capex of $66 to $72 billion. They saw $64 to $72 billion compared to the estimate of $67.79 billion.
Where's Meta making all this money? It's crazy. Meta is a company I just like don't understand. It's like, why are people still using Facebook?
So
Why are
Ford's,
people still using
second quarter
Instagram? I
adjusted
just don't get
EPS
it.
of 37 cents, a beat on the estimate of 33 cents.
I personally don't get it. It just feels like absolute bloat. Does anyone in chat still use it? Like, do you guys are Instagrammers or Facebookers? Which ones do you guys use? I've like completely disconnected from both of them. MySpace? Hell yeah. Well, yeah, like I understand that they're selling info, but I'm aware of how data
Fiscal year
works.
just EBIT
Just don't
of
understand.
$6.5 billion, $7.5 billion. Estimate was $6.84 billion. And the second
Who the
quarter
people
just
are.
EBIT at $2.1 billion, a beat on the estimate of $1.91 billion. Ford saw capex of $8 billion to $9 billion. Ford second quarter Ford Blue revenue of $25.8 billion, a beat on the estimate of $25.56 billion.
Stopped using Facebook like 15 years ago? Yeah, same, man.
Ford says second quarter tariff impact of $800 million. Also, with eBay earnings coming through, so eBay sees third quarter just EPS
Who's using eBay is also a great question.
of continued OPS of $1.29 to $1.34. Estimate was $1.31. Second quarter adjusted EPS continued OPS of $1.37, a beat on the estimate of $1.30. Net revenue $2.73 billion, a beat on the estimate of $2.64 billion.
Who are my eBay enjoyers?
eBay says second quarter active buyers of 134 million, a miss on the estimate of 134.42 million, and sees third quarter net revenue of $2.69 billion to $2.74 billion, compared to the estimate of $2.65 billion.
You think the Meta AI tech will be big? Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with
Also,
you.
second
But it's
quarter
not
gross
profitable right
merchandise
now.
volume of $19.51 billion,
So,
beat on the estimate of $18.88 billion.
the amount that they're paying these people at Meta for their AI wing is insane. Like $billion deals for single people. I'm like, what? I read an article today.
Board
It was
reinstates
like
fiscal year guidance.
a lady
Forward year guidance.
didn't take $1 billion deal to work for Meta. What are we talking about here? What's crazy about like all these companies is that they're still like revenue goes up. They fire people every year. Revenue goes up. They fire people every year. And now it's going to get even worse where AI replaces like half these people and profits go up. And all they do is buy back their stock. Like it's actually like Banana Republic type behavior. These corporations are going to be like 100 people. They're going to own so much of their own stock. This is going to be like all-time highs and no one's going to have a job. They're just taking all they can at the end of this capitalistic arc that we're in.
Microsoft's Azure surpassed $75 billion in revenue this year, up 34%.
Like, how many layoffs did Microsoft do in the last 3 weeks at all-time revenue highs? Like, just this month, they laid off 9,000 employees. At all-time record profits. We got to get rid of these people. Microsoft says they plan to fire. They fired 15,000 plus employees this year so far.
100 did see movement towards the upside post the earnings then from Meta and Microsoft.
That is just crazy. Very dystopian. Yeah, but you can do those like Facebook Marketplace is not the end all. There's so many apps of similar. That are very similar. Like I still use like I use like 3 different apps to buy things used. And most of them are just like college kids because no one's on Facebook. If you're buying off of Facebook Marketplace, you're probably buying off
Microsoft
of
shares
like
up
boomers.
now by about 6.8% after the bell.
I mean, like that's basically what the Microsoft guy said. The CEO was like, "We're doing so well, but we need to think of the future because we're doing so well. You've got to go." Surely that will trickle down, right? That's how that works. Surely. That's what they keep telling me. It's like Jensen, who's like, we are going to replace every job. And then people clap. Sick. All right, so what are we doing when you replace every job? Oh, I'm sure that the deals that you're looking for the machinist stuff, yeah, I'm sure because those are the people that you want to be. The boomers, man, they've got the tools. All right, this is seeming to settle for the most part. Really, really, really good hold of our high at that 60 and then bid over. This looks great for continuation potential. We'll see how we react here. I'd look for a pullback into this liquidity at 610, 620. I think that that's kind of what's on the watch right now. Watch this area as we push back down into overnight. See if we can hold. If not, then it'll probably be if like this doesn't hold and bounce, more likely a failure here and then a rotation through this range and then retest of this previous balance that we traded in during JPOW news. That's my plan going into tomorrow. But this looks good. I mean, ERs were great. Everyone performed well. We found a very clear buyer at our lows here, holding our previous balance. This is a very important hold. This is, do you guys remember this? This 400? How important this area was, where we were rotating between this this 400, 410 high, and then this low here at 55, 65. Do you guys remember trading this range for a year? I do. This was our high for a while. So what we just did was dip down into the low of this balance here, and then immediately find that bid back above, and now do this full rotation back up to highs, and not only do the full rotation, but now show interest above and building. So that's pretty huge. If we can maintain up here, this looks good. I don't know how much more upside we have into August. I was kind of just expecting us to hold into end of July. Remember that August 1st is the tariff deadline, unless he moves it again. But tariffs start to go into effect August 1st, technically. So with that, that might be the end run of our all-time highs. There's a lot of potential for that. Surely he doesn't move it again, right? So there's always that to keep an eye on if he's actually serious this time. If not, right, we'll just do the taco trade and then we continue pushing slow grind up. But remember, August 1st is deadlines and when a lot of those go into effect. But ERs look good. Market's still pushing. Held our balance low. Rotated up. Things don't look bad. But July is usually a very green month on statistically. And July is coming to an end. And that's, yeah, I'm not expecting a ton more. I could see August being downside potentially. We'll just have to see what happens on August 1st. I mean, there's a 90% chance that he gets scared again on tariffs, right? And we dip, and then he fakes out, and then we make new all-time highs. That the potential is very high for that. We'll see. All right. Yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. If just as like a closing remark, I again, like, remember why and where we trade, right? Remember what's important of is your strategy, does it rely on volatile moves that are very hard to follow in momentum? Are your trades based off of balance and understanding clear price areas of interest, right? POIs where we can trade around. Like what are you trading and where are you most comfortable? That's like the first question you need to ask yourself. And again, like FOMC is a really great day for that pre-FOMC, right? That period before, because we know that the market's not going anywhere. And we can determine our market day type. We have actual structure to trade around, right? And it just is such a better place to be than just being like, I don't know, like we're just playing momentum down or it's super volatile. Like that's not edge. Like, yes, you can play the pullbacks and trend. Yeah, right. Like it's not a big deal. We can do that. But when there's barely a trend and it's just volatile, that doesn't make for great trading. It just makes for really big spikes in your serotonin levels, right? Like remember, like, do I like FOMC volatility because I love the money that can be made, or I love gambling and the feeling I get when we're trading in that environment? Is this the best environment for me to actually enjoy, to make money with minimal risk? Or am I kind of doing something I shouldn't be doing? Just like really like think about it. Like you need to know what your edge is. And if you don't have edge in that environment and you can't figure out what environment we're even trading in, like that's not a market you should be touching. I really can't highlight that enough. All right. Goodbye. I will see you all tomorrow. Yeah. Peace.